Good morning, everyone, from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio. This is A Squad from PBA50. Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by UE2. Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. I'm $2 Philip Bridle. Our players have about 5 minutes of practice remaining before we are underway with A Squad. 3 squads competition today. A little breakfast bowling for you this morning. B Squad will take to the lanes 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. C Squad will take to the lanes at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. 88 bowlers in the field over the 3 squads. And we'll cut to our top 29 players after 8 games of qualifying. Top 29 across all 3 squads will advance to tomorrow's Cashers round at 10 a.m. Eastern. And we'll wind our way through some elimination rounds. And at about 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, we'll have our top 4 for our stepladder finals. A few minutes of practice remaining, and we will be underway. Thanks for joining us here from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio.
2 minutes remaining, players, 2 minutes.
From Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio, this is A Squad coverage of the 2026 PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic. Presented by UE2, Chris Lindquist, and Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Morning, everyone. I am $2 Phil Bridle, taking you through 3 squads of competition today, 8 games per squad. As these players are battling for a $5,000 first place prize, the best paying PBA50 regional of the season. And our great hosts, Bill and Yogi Wamas, proprietors here at Almar Lanes, really work hard not only to get that big prize fund through sponsorship, but also to keep these professional bowlers fed and hydrated. Nice spread of fruits and donuts this morning and bottles of water for the players. Looking forward to a good morning of bowling on a very tough Mike Albee pattern. 39 feet in length, about 2.2 to 1 on your ratio. And this pattern, there's no such thing as house shot memory here at Almar Lanes for this event, as this lane pattern's been out for everything. Open play leagues, bad bowler leagues. Last night's Baker Pro-Am shootout. It's been out here for almost 2 weeks. So this pattern will play as true as can be. We'll have some announcements coming up from Bobby Jankel, and then we will be underway.
Spectators, open your practice, please. Cycle those spectators in the first ball cycle. Spectators and fans, as a reminder, please turn off those cell phones. Place them on silent mode. No flash photography, no flash video. Or signing of autographs. Or live streaming, the bowlers greatly appreciate it. Thanks again to Phil Bridle for live streaming on the YouTube page. You'll be able to follow along there. I'll also be doing updates after each and every game, so you'll be able to follow along to see who's in contention to make the semifinals tomorrow. Currently at the top 29 players over the 3 squads. Bowlers, when your arrows come up and you have full recognition, you begin your 8 games qualifying the 2026 PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic, presented by EIU Lindquist, Progressive, and Gerdeman Insurance Agency.
And thank you, Bobby Jankel, and we are underway here in Bowling Green. Let's get you your player introductions here on your opening pairs of coverage. Lanes 1 through 4. Don't forget, you can watch any pair in play throughout the event here on the PBA YouTube channel. Once again, I want to thank Chase Kaufman and Bowl TV/USBC for releasing the rights to this event to 10 on the Deck Productions. And thank the PBA, especially Janae Haggerty, Jeff Goodger, for pushing all the right buttons on the PBA's YouTube channel to bring you this event in conjunction with the PBA. Your players on lanes 1 and 2, Tony Campagna Jr., Richard Gunther, Steve Kenyon, and Ron Reitzel will be your A, B, AA, double B on 1 and 2. On 3 and 4, USBC Gold Coach Mike Diaz is your A, Don Harrington your B, Chuck Lupica your double A, Peter Doyen Jr. your double B on 3 and 4. Morning all in the chat. Chuck Ritchie, good morning to you. Warren Burr, thanks for tuning in. Andrew Delgado, Brad Balderson, Goodfellas Bowling Team. Appreciate you all tuning in this morning. Help spread the word. Let people know they can watch some of the best on the PBA 50 National Tour are definitely bowling this event. We'll go over some of the players that are on B and C squad as we get through our opening game. B squad will take the lanes 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. C Squad takes to the lanes 7 p.m. Eastern time. 88 bowlers in total in the field. '29 will advance to tomorrow. And we'll be bouncing around here in the main feed. Cover leaders, hot hands, if somebody's making a pursuit of perfection. We'll be following them here in the main feed, but if you have a favorite player you want to follow as they go through the morning, in the description underneath the video you're watching here on YouTube. If you're watching large screen, you're going to have to minimize for a second, but you can see all the pair feeds in play. Click on one of those, open it up in a new tab, keep us on here in the main feed so we can give you score updates. And we'll put a link to the score update in the chat after game one. So you can not only check out the scores, but also get other details about this great event. 29th annual, one of the longest, if not the longest running PBA50 event in the nation. And as I mentioned in the opening, the highest paying PBA50 regional in the country, $5,000 on top. Today, well, actually tomorrow when we conclude the tournament, but also outside the top 29 cashers, the top 5 PBA60 players will receive a check for $500, and the top 2 PBA70 players, those players 70 years and older, will also receive a check for $500. So you can see, even though the PBA60 just finished last night with their World Series of Bowling up the road in Columbus, while you're going to see a lot of those players that made match play that concluded yesterday in the field on P&C Squad today, instead of taking a couple of days off before they start the PBA50 Akron Open on Saturday. A lot of money to be made here. And you still have time to hit the golf course today. If you're on A Squad, you can get an 18, you can easily get 18 holes in before it gets dark after A Squad's done. Let's get you over to lanes 5 through 8 for player introductions here. On lanes 5 and 6, your bowler A, Timothy Reagan. Bowler B, Jim Beaverson. Bowler C, Billy Froberg. And on 7 and 8, Frank Guccione. Your bowler A, Gene Backlund, your bowler B. And Jeff Johnson, your bowler double A. Only 3 bowlers on both of these pairs this morning. As we said, not quite a sold-out field. 88 PBA 50 players over, taking the lanes over 3 squads. And we appreciate you, all of you, tuning in first thing this morning to get some breakfast bowling. This almost reminds me of the days of the Senior U.S. Open at Suncoast in Las Vegas. Bright and early starts. I remember that was 7 a.m. squad time starts. Over 3 squads for that Senior U.S. Open when it was in Las Vegas. So last night was the annual Baker Shootout they have for the Pro-Am here in Bowling Green, and it's such a fun event. We actually covered it on the Almar Lanes Facebook page And teams enter with 4 amateurs on their team. And then they auction off the 16 Pro-Am bowlers, PBA50 bowlers. And the bidding gets fast and furious. Last night, Dan Higgins was the opening bid winner, and he went for $725. And all the money from the auction goes back into the prize fund. So the prize fund for the Pro-Am last night was almost $10,000. Tom Doherty's team got into the lead early and held it all the way through. Held off a late charge by Mika Koivunemi's team to take home $4,200 for the 5 team members to split. Yeah, that's right. Usually PBA Pro-Ams, the PBA Professional just gets an appearance fee. Not so for the Baker Shootout. It's fun watching the PBA 50 players talking to their teammates, getting them lined up, being an integral part of the team because every one of those top 5 teams that cashed last night, a PBA 50 player got 1/5 of the prize money. So it is not only one of the most fun Pro-Ams that I get to be a part of every year, it's also one of the most competitive. And as I mentioned earlier, they bowled on this same Mike Albee pattern, 39 feet in length. It's been out here for every application for over 2 weeks. It will never play truer what it does here today. And the Pro-Am scores last night, it was kind of interesting. Game 1, the field started pretty slow, whether it was nerves from the amateur players or just not used to playing a tougher pattern. But they gradually went up through about game 9-10 of that Baker competition and then kind of started heading back down. So it's going to be interesting to see. Probably going to be with just the PBA 50 players out there. A little higher scoring pace than we saw last night, but I don't think it's going to take, plus 120 to make the cut for tomorrow. I think plus 40 or 50 average over the 8 games, I think will do it, as after their 15 minutes of practice this morning, some of these players have the lane set up the way they want in their opening pair, but as we all know, moving pair to pair can make things pretty interesting for these PBA 50 players as they make their way through a block. Let's get over and introduce our players on lanes 9 through 12. 9 and 10, Keith Glasgow, your bowler A. Joe Fulner, your bowler B. Michael Zarnick, your bowler double A. Anthony Trusello, your double B. On 11 and 12, Fran Luzzy, your bowler A. Gary Alstott, your bowler B. John Conroy, your bowler double A. On 13 and 14. Good start right now for Luzzy. Double, spare, double. Not too bad for Conroy. Dutch through 4, ends that with a strike in the 5th for a double. Alstott looking to have a solid start here as well, looking for his 3rd in a row. And you can see the bump in this pattern, or the what slight oil wall there is that could help guide the ball a bit, is between 4th and 8th board. There you see Alstott just kind of playing just outside of 2nd arrow and just letting that ball walk into the pocket easily. Warren, you got any peppers in that breakfast burrito too, or are you just sticking with the basic egg, meat, and cheese? Unfortunately, I had hotel breakfast this morning. It wasn't bad. It was just eggs, though. But I'm going to treat myself to a donut in a little while. Nice selection of baked goods Bill and Yogi Wamas have provided for the players. And another reason, not just the prize fund that these bowlers look forward to, but they put out the spread here. They'll provide lunch for the players between A and B squad. They'll have dinner for the players between B and C. If you're a B squad bowler, you got it made. And they just want the bowlers to enjoy their time here in Bowling Green, Ohio. And I've enjoyed my time here so far this week. Leslie looking to try to get across the face of that head pin to the left. Convert that washout. And we got a front six alert. Mike Diaz, front six down on 3 and 4. So we'll get down to Diaz when he steps up in his 7th frame. Oh, grilled onions. That's the way to go. They'll put raw onions on that bad baby. Gotta have the grilled onions. Well done, Warren Burr. Conroy takes the string out to 3 in a row. How about that for Sakrychak? Bravo, sir. Bravo. Sending wood this morning. We like it. Rick, our host for the next regional after the PBA50 National Tour event in Akron this weekend. He'll be hosting a one-day regional at Redmond Recreation in Lorain, Ohio, that a lot of these players will hit on their way to Virginia for the second to last major of the season, the Bud Moore PBA Players Championship. Just 4 National Tour events remain for our PBA 50 players before their season wraps up first week of August in West Virginia. And a lot of names that you see, like Gary Allstott, Jeff Johnson, guys that hit pretty much every National Tour stop. You're going to see them on those last 4 stops as well. Ooh, bad break there for Allstott, chopping the 6 off the 10. Oh, you viewers are the diehards of bowling. I love it this morning. 8 a.m. on the East Coast. And you ladies and gentlemen are watching us here on the PBA YouTube channel. We appreciate that. I know these PBA 50 players appreciate it as well. It's a long but quick road to the championship tomorrow. They'll have 17 games in before our top 4 reach the stepladder finals. And let's get down to Diaz. He'll be stepping up on lane 3, looking for his 7th strike in a row. The lefty out of Colorado. Always gives great updates on his bowling, and honest updates on his Facebook page. Slap that 7 out for Diaz. Front 7. We'll get back to Diaz when he steps up in the 8th. Oh, people are watching at work too. I love that. Still get some good work done, but get to enjoy some great PBA50 action. Let's introduce you to your bowlers, our final A squad bowlers on lanes 13 through 16. 13 and 14, Stephen Lunsford's your A, Russ Hunt your B, Daniel Patterson your double A, Jason Lindquist your double B. On 13 and 14, 15 and 16 is David Tolson your A, Craig Auerbach your B, and Kevin Gran your double A on 15 and 16. Dan Patterson from Wisconsin, so I get to be a homer in the booth. That always happens whether anybody likes it or not. Being a Wisconsin bowler myself. I will be a homer for a Wisconsin bowler. Solid start for Gran, clean with a double through 6, looking for a second double of the game there in the 7th. Gets it done. We're going to get back down to Diaz as he's stepping up. Oh, no, it's not Diaz yet. I apologize. You will be up momentarily. You'll see Diaz step up right now, drying his hand, getting ready to step up on lane 4, looking for his excellent 8th in a row. He's happy with it off the hand. Oh, how about that? Slap it away, Mike Diaz. 4-pin gets just enough of the 7 on the base to take it down. And some early fireworks here in Bowling Green, Ohio. Tell the family, tell the friends, we got a chance for perfection here on the Albee pattern. This pattern slightly asymmetric for the Albee pattern. So we mentioned the bump on the right side being about between 4th board and 8th board. Bump on the left side, it's a little more gradual. Goes from about third board, the seventh board on the left side. So not so asymmetrical that it gives the lefties an advantage. I mean, one board is one board, or puts right-handers at a disadvantage. And the lanes here at Almar Lanes play pretty true across the house. 1 and 2 is a little more hooking than most of the other pairs. 15 and 16 can hook a little bit more too as it gets later in the block, as they get deeper. But if bowlers have that knowledge and take advantage of it, no, they have a little more room to wheel. They can really make some movement in the scoreboard in the field. On those two pairs. We are going to get back to Diaz. As you see there, unfortunately, Diaz didn't get the 7-pin out. As Diaz ready to shoot his first ball in the 10th frame here, not happy with it, but gets it done. Let's show you his 7-pin in the 9th frame. And we missed on his first toss. Let's see, started a little too far to the left for his liking. And that's why the 7-pin was left. Weak work by the 4-pin. But with that first strike in the 10th, Diaz looking to put up 279 in his opening game. So your player movement, one of the other reasons why you should stay into the main feed, at least for your audio. If you're following your favorite player, Mike Diaz and company, just moving right next door. Bowlers are just moving one pair to the right this opening game. They will move a little bit differently throughout the 8 games in this qualifying block. Just to keep things interesting and not following the same player's game after game. So your lane movement between game 1 and game 2 is simply a pair to the right. We'll get you a scoring update after our opening game. Mike Diaz looking like your leader after game 1. And we thank everybody for joining us this morning from Bowling Green, Ohio at Almar Lanes for the PBA50. Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by UE2, Chris Lindquist, and Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. I'm $2 Phil taking you through your Thursday and Friday. Thanks for joining us for some midweek PBA 50 action. All right, let's get you down the lanes 5 through 8 for game 2 of A Squad. Mike Diaz, hot hand in game 1, starts with a double, looking for 3 in a row. Diaz is your A, Harrington your B, Lupica your double A, Doan Jr. your double B. On 5 and 6, 7, 8, Reagan, Beaverson, Froberg, AB, double A, respectively on that pair. Get your scoring update. We'll also post the scoring link in the chat momentarily once everything goes live. Robin Morrison, thanks for joining us again from South Africa. Appreciate you tuning in internationally for some great PBA 50 bowling. I like it. Pickled Harrington. Thanks for that one, Warren. Hopefully I get to use it, remember that a couple more times this weekend. I keep saying weekend. It's hard to get away from saying weekend when it comes to dealing with a regional. I mean, most of your PBA and PBA50 regional actions, Friday practice sessions, Saturday qualifying, Sunday finals. But because this event is between a couple of PBA50 National Tour events with the PBA60 World Series of Bowling wrapping up last night, I won't spoil it for anybody about who won that World Championship for the PBA60 players. I give it 24 hours before I start spoiling, but you're going to see the gentleman that won the World Championship a little later today. So it's we're here between the PBA 60 World Series of Bowling and the PBA 50 Akron Open. That'll start on Saturday with practice. You'll have coverage Sunday and Monday and Tuesday for the PBA 50 Akron Open from historic MF Riviera Lanes on Bull TV. Glad to be bringing you this PBA 50 action. So pretty hot pair here right now on 5 and 6 with Diaz, Harrington, Lupica, and Doan Jr. As Chuck Lupica now starts front four. Doan looking to do the same. Diaz, his only thing stopping him today so far from perfection. 7 pins, only a couple of them. Once again, all the pairs in play available to you on the PBA YouTube channel. If you're a Dan Patterson fan, he's down on 15 and 16. If you're a Jeff Johnson fan, he's on 9 and 10. We'll bounce around here in the main feed, but you can follow him every shot on those pairs. Double tab, though. Keep us on here in the main feed so we can give you the scoring update rundowns. Follow hot hands like Mike Diaz if someone's chasing down a 300 game. And a little later today, I'm sure we'll have a player or two stop by the booth for a short period of time. We'll also have PBA Tour champion Mickey Hyam, who won this event back in the aughts and lives in the Bowling Green area. We'll have Mickey in during C-Squad, share some old stories of the PBA. If you were a fan of the PBA for a long time or you want to hear some of the good stories from the 60s and 70s. I'm sure there's some stories that he can tell now. The statute of limitations is passed. It'll be good having Mickey back in the booth once again. We are going to drop in that scoring link. We're going to pin it to the top of your chat. See that link that has the leaguepals.com address on it. That will take you to our live scoring and standings as is updated game by game. Right now, your leader after game one, Mike Diaz, opening 269. John Conroy with a 248 opening effort. Frank Guccione, 239. Chuck Lupica, 237. Steve Kenyon, 233. Russ Hunt, 227. Joe Fulner, 224. Jason Lundquist, 222. And Dan Patterson, 217. Round out the early top 10 on the squad. That's the number everybody's going to be looking at as they come in for B squad, right around 10th place. Because if all things were fair, just, and right in the world, there'd be 10 bowlers coming off of each squad. No, there'd have to be 9 off of one of them. So, but 29 players advancing to tomorrow for additional qualifying games. No match play in this event, simply elimination of players after each round on Friday. Bring 29 in. 10 a.m. tomorrow, Eastern time. They will bowl 4 games with their pinfall carried over from today's qualifying. And once we have 12 game totals, we'll knock the field down to 16. Once they bowl 3 additional games in that round of 16, we'll have 15 game totals, take the field down to 8. Those 8 players will bowl 2 additional games to tack on to their 15 game totals. And that will get us to our top 4 for tomorrow's stepladder finals, scheduled for 4 p.m. Eastern time on that stepladder. So, once again, a short event, but a lot of games in a short period of time. Depending on where that champion is seated in the stepladder tomorrow, they could have as many as 20 games of competition in over the 2 days. Front 6 for Lupica. We'll stay here. We've got a front 4 over on 9 and 10 with Frank Guccione. If he gets past the front 6, we'll make a move. Also down on lanes 1 and 2, Kevin Gran. Had a 216 opening effort. Gran on the front 5. So we'll do a little bouncing around here shortly. to Guccione. As we said, front four. Styling in the purple and black camouflage. In case he was hiding from Grimace. Or hiding with Grimace. His string ends with a 4-pin. So we're going to have Lupica and Gran stepping up at the same time. So we'll stick with Lupica. See him entering the left side of your screen. Give you the radio call on Gran. Gran looking for front 6. Lupica looking for front 7. 4-pin and 7-pin respectively for Lupica and Gran. So no runs towards perfection here in game 2, but still some solid scoring. As once again, watching a little bit of the practice session yesterday, watching the Baker shootout last night, watching the 16 pros in that shootout attack the pattern. I'm thinking it's probably going to take around a plus 50, let's say plus 56, a 207 average for the 8 games. To make their way into tomorrow's top 29. I wouldn't set a betting line on that number. If somebody said plus 56 for the cut line, if I was a gambling man, I'd lean towards the over. A lot of the bowlers, actually all the bowlers that were on last night's Baker shootout are on B and C squads. Some of the notables you'll have coming in on the B squad this afternoon. 1:30 p.m. Eastern time, your start time. Former PBA world champion Mark Clark, Mika Koivunemi, Ryan Schaefer, Rudy Revs, Rudy Kazamakis, Ron Profit, Larry Verbal. You'll hear that name more and more. Michael Haggett, Brad Angelo. Angelo's won 3 times here in the last 6 years. He'd be a betting line favorite, no doubt about it. Big Sammy V, Sammy Ventura, Bo Gergen, and PBA Hall of Famer Tom Hess all on B squad starting at 1:30 this afternoon. Then on C squad, your notables, Don Hogue, Eugene McCune, Randy Weiss, who's now a PBA50 Tour champion. Bill Fabian at a 300 game almost made the stepladder here last year. Tom Adcock, Chris Warren, Dan Higgins Jr., C.K. Moore, 300 shooter 30 years ago on TV when he won the 1996 Columbia 300 Open. John Rakoski, John Marsala. Marsala's won here a couple times over the last decade. Michael Clark Jr., Warren Eels, Eddie Graham, former Rookie of the Year, John Verbic, Tony Johnson, and your reigning PBA 50 World Champion, Tom Doherty, all on C squad, and those bowlers will hit the floor 7 p.m. Eastern time, so you have a lot of bowling to watch today here on the PBA YouTube channel. So Grind's still with a run after leaving that 7-pin in the 6th frame, followed up with a strike in the 7th. First time all day, Diaz has gone 3 frames in a row without a strike. And let's see what Lupiker can do here to try to get 279 on the board. Lupke opening game 237. Staying hot here in game 2. And that time the 6-pin just doesn't take down the 10. Let's take a quick run down to 1 and 2. Mentioned this pair does hook a little bit more than other pairs in the center. Most bowlers, it's if you've been here more than once, it's local knowledge. And you see right now that Kevin Grind's been pretty successful making the adjustment. 6-pin just doesn't do the job on the 10. Grind with a 216 opening game. Also want to give a shout out this morning Some of you might be double screening watching the USA Bowling Youth Event in Minnesota. That's right now on Bowl TV. Match play going on after yesterday's qualifying. A team from Almar here in Bowling Green, the Almar All-Stars, competing in the bracket right now. So we want to give a shout out to that young team for their efforts in the U12 division. And let's see if they can bring some hardware back home to Ohio. So good luck to them today. So your player movement from game 2 to game 3 will be skipping a pair, landing on the second. So the players you see here on 1 and 2 move to 5 and 6. Steve Kenyon and company. We'll move from 3 and 4 to 7 and 8. So you'll definitely be changing your pair feed if you're double tabbing us, watching your favorite player all round long. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in this morning. Share it with your family and friends. Share it on your social media. That PBA50 bowling free to watch on YouTube today and tomorrow until we crown our champion and slap a $5,000 check in their hands before they make their way for the PBA50 Akron Open. That coverage will start on Sunday on Bowl TV. But we're happy to bring you free PBA50 bowling here from Bowling Green, Ohio. This is 2026 PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic, presented by UE2 Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. I am $2 Phil Brillo, taking you through today and tomorrow. This is a 10 on the Deck production, airing on the PBA YouTube channel. Once again, thanks to Bowl TV for releasing the rights to this event to 10 on the Deck, and thanks to the PBA for letting us stream it to their YouTube channel. All right, let's start you off with our players here on 5 through 8. A couple faces we haven't seen in a game or so. Tolson, Auerbach, Gran, your A, B, and double A respectively. On 5 and 6, Gran having himself a heck of a morning so far. He should be in the top 5 on the squad. Campana Jr., Gunther, Kenyon, Retzel. Your A through double B respectively on 7 and 8. We'll get you that 2-game scoring update. As soon as that comes across the wire, we've got that link pinned for you in the chat. I'm $2 Phil Browler. If you get questions about the event or questions about the PBA in general that I might be able to answer for you, especially the PBA50 side of things, feel free to drop that in the chat this morning. If I can't answer it, I'll try to find you an answer. As the Breakfast Bowling enters Game 3 here at Almar Lanes. For those of you joining us after the consumption of the breakfast burrito, they are bowling on the 39-foot Mike Albee pattern, about a 2.2 to 1 ratio. Slightly asymmetrical. Your bump on the left side, 3rd to 7th board. Your bump on the right, 4th to 8th board. And we're expecting, I'd say, kind of a medium scoring pace today. Nothing outrageous. I'm guessing it's going to take about 56 over, 207 average for the 8 games to make the top 29 for tomorrow. If I'd lean towards anywhere, I'd lean maybe a little more towards the high side of that. I'd bet the over if there was a betting line. We'll give you a rundown of the rest of the PBA50 Tour coming up. Once again, all your PBA50 National Tour events streaming on Bowl TV. They'll be starting streaming on Sunday from the PBA50 Akron Open. And if you haven't already subscribed to Bowl TV and you want to try it for a month, you're going to get 4 PBA50 Tour events, a couple of majors in that 1-month subscription you can try out. Try before you fully buy. You'll also have some PWBA action. And at the end of the month, you'll have the joint PWBA Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles. You'll have 3 days of coverage for. Counts for a PBA and PWBA title does not add to the points list for the PBA. That points list is closed, even though there's 2 events remaining. One of those being an international event, the other being that tournament known as the Lucy for almost 3 decades now. Great event run by Donna Connors and Carol Norman in Houston with the Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles. BJ Tackett commandingly in the points, and with taking on that World Championship title at Thunderbolt in Detroit a couple of weeks back, he's got to be your leading candidate for Player of the Year on the Kids Tour, as these PBA50 players like to call him. And here we go. 2-game scoring update available to you through that link pinned in the chat. John Conroy, your leader, at plus 105. Chuck Lupica, second, plus 243. Kevin Graham, third, plus 236. Pardon me. Look at the averages now all of a sudden. Let's start over again. Conroy, plus 105. Lupica, plus 86. Graham, plus 72. Diaz, plus 71. Guccione, plus 70, your top five. Kenyon, plus 69. Zarnik, plus 60. Patterson, plus 51. And Fulner, plus 50. Let's add Tolson in there in 10th at plus 49. So that's your top 10 on the squad. That's the number all the B squad bowlers are going to be looking at when they come in the door. As 29 players will advance to tomorrow's Cashers round. And once again, $5,000 is your top prize for this regional. It's a good paycheck for 2 days worth of work. Old Man Bowling, any two-handers. Ricky Schluchter was a late drop. Ricky, a little busy yesterday at the match play rounds of the PBA50 World Championship. I don't believe we'll have any two-handers in the field. None of note. There might be one or two regional guys that sneak in under my nose. But looking at the roster for B and C squad, the closest thing I have to a two-hander is a no-thumber with Tom Doherty. But over the last couple of seasons, Ricky Schluchter has been the most notable two-handed PBA50 player. First time I saw a PBA50 player with a two-handed style was before the pandemic. It was 2018. We were in Mooresville, North Carolina, at George Pappas' Victory Lanes, which is now Paul Krine's establishment. Paul Krine's fine human being. And it was a gentleman from Alabama, and I'm blanking on his name. He had just become a PBA member a couple of months beforehand, and right when he became a PBA member, and he was playing on bowling in Mooresville, he's a championship racquetball player. I hate telling stories without remembering names. I apologize. But he hurt his wrist, his right wrist, jammed his racket hand, chasing the ball, playing racquetball, easy to do with those concrete walls. And was really having problems with putting his thumb in the ball and started bowling two-handed. Didn't want to give up on bowling Mooresville. It was his first PBA50 National Tour event. And he had only been doing it for about 2 months. And the thing that made him more nervous than showing up for the PBA50 Tour event by itself is he was crossing with Norm Duke. He goes, I don't want to embarrass myself in front of Norm Duke and think it's a joke or something. I'm like, Norm's not. You give your maximum effort at every shot. Norm Duke's not going to think you're a joke. And he averaged about 194, 195 at that event. I mean, far from embarrassing. Didn't quite get to a visit to a pay window. But it's going to make its way here into the PBA 50 Regional Tour and National Tour, even more over the next few years. So Tolson after the front, a spare in the next 4 comes high. Gran staying with the hot hand on the front 5. We'll take a look in on Conroy as well, your leader after 2 games. Conroy down on 1 and 2. So he gets to face that little bit of a tricky pair. And Gran with his first errant shot of game 3. Let's see what Conroy can do here. Bill and Yogi Wamas will be the first ones to admit they can't pull off a great PBA50 regional event like this without the help of sponsors in the community. And we're going to show you some of those sponsors right now across the bottom of your screen. Your platinum, triple platinum here for the UE2 with Chris and Irene Lindquist. Your platinum and gold sponsors as well. Wouldn't have the great prize fund they have. The extra spots for the PBA 60 players outside the normal cash line. 5 of those get paid for $500 a piece, and even 2 PBA 70 spots as well. There's plenty of silver and bronze sponsors as well. Some of your silver sponsors: ANS Asphalt, ASD Remodeling, Beer Co., Classic Products, Decor Internet Service, Doc's Ribcage, Easy Street, JB Construction, Jets Pizza, KR Strikeforce, Ora Sunoco, Rose Realty, Turbo Grips, Wow Marketing, and WTG Seamless Gutters. Thanks to all of our sponsors here in Bowling Green for their support of this event for many, many years. As we mentioned earlier, 29th year of this PBA 50 Central Region event here in Bowling Green, the longest running, one of the longest running, if not the longest running PBA 50 regional in the U.S. here in Bowling Green. Yeah, there's a guy standing next to me about the LBC wishing it was held this year. Yeah. Bill Froberg made the TV show in Portland, Maine back in 2024. Bill had a great time in Portland. Had a great time taking on that senior championship as well. I'm really hoping that comes back in 2027. Hopefully, whatever they need to do for logistics, whatever they need to do to make that happen, Andrew, I hope it happens too. I had a lot of fun live streaming that tournament for 3 years, just because of you just met a cross section of America. I mean, you met high average bowlers, lower average bowlers, youth players, everybody getting their experience like a PBA professional for their 6 games of that LBC National Championships. There's a lot of people itching to get back there or itching to try it for the first time. I got my fingers. I'm hoping. I'm really hoping. I'm a fan of that event, whether or not I was live streaming or not. I was a fan of that event because you just get your taste of what it's like when an EJ Tackett walks in the door or an Andrew Anderson walks in the door and is on your squad or is on your pair of lanes. I mean, you weren't competing directly against them, but you could see what they were doing on that pattern. And just interact with them before, during, and after a squad. So, yeah, I'm honestly crossing my fingers. I have nothing to do with that event other than I was picked to live stream it for 3 years. I had a lot of fun doing it. Like I said, it was just a cross-section of Bowling America that you don't really get much of hitting your local tournaments or hitting your, there's a couple, cross-state or tri-state events out there. You just don't get the same thing. And to be able to have the chance to make TV for the first couple of years and to make the championship live streaming that I helped produce in 2025 when Andrew Anderson took down the $25,000 as took home the Norm Duke Trophy as well. Who can forget Gianna Brandolino in Portland in 2024, taking down $60,000 over Chris Prather in that LBC National Championships clash. Tom Doherty taking it down the inaugural year at Bayside and having 8 or 9 average Joes or average Janes as being part of that event. It was a blast. Was glad to be a part of it, hoping to be a part of it again. Hopefully it comes back. Hey, let's get down to 15 and 16. We've got Joe Fulner looking for the front half, looking for the 6 in a row. What do you think, Joe? Nope. 4-pin. That seems to be it's not the flat 10 all the time, running the streaks away for these bowlers. Trying to control the back end, 39-foot pattern with the Mike Albee pattern. And they make a good shot, or they think it's a good shot. Some of the oil's been worn away for the pattern. And next thing you know, the ball just creeps up a little bit right at the head pin. And they're not tripping the 4 out. Fulner, though, with a good start. He's currently 9th on the squad, plus 50 for his first 2 games. Looking to climb the standings. And maybe my plus 56 prediction might be going out the window pretty fast. Looking at the scoring pace out of our top 10 so far, but this game and 5 more to go, a lot of things can change. Craig says Tulsa, one of the best seniors in the U.S. most have never heard of. Yeah, if he's not getting out and hitting a lot of PBA50 national tour events, yeah, it's kind of hard to get out of your the regional knowledge type of thing. And then even if you're cashing checks at the pay window on the PBA50 national tour, when you're dealing with having Chris Barnes and PDW and Tom Hess and Tom Doherty and so many other Hall of Fame or other big names out there, yeah, sometimes it's easy for a player to get a little lost in the shuffle. See if maybe Tolson can get himself heard between today and tomorrow. Put up a big payday on a national stage that you're getting here, actually international stage. I see Belgium checking in. You'll get yourself known by a few more people as well. Once again, thanks to the PBA and their YouTube channel for hosting this 10 on the Decks production. Should have thought about that when I named the company. Every time you say it's a 10 on the Decks production, you're gonna have to say it's produced by. Kind of repetitive. That's the one great thing about YouTube as well. We, even with those LBC National Championship days, I mean, Robin Morrison was one of the diehards that would watch every squad possible. Just checking out all the different styles of bowlers, checking out what PBA Tour professionals or PBA50 Tour professionals were bowling on a particular squad. Oh, there was always one great squad, too, that they'd have. There was always a PBA50 Tour event nearby. And Jeff Johnson would organize an LBC National Championship squad. Full house, great names, fun to watch. I mean, watch the guys put up scores. That was always a good time. That time, Fulner gets that 4-pin to trip on lane 16. Still looking at the possible 278 game. Zarnik having a solid effort as well. Same for Trusello. Zarnik can max at 257. 256 the max. Trucello take that down by 21 now for Zarnik. 236 now his maximum. Gene Backlund, your bowler B on 13 and 14, 72 years young. Still plugging away at these PBA 50 National Tour and Regional Tour events. We were joking around with him this morning that he needs to trade in his Tesla for a DeLorean because then it'll look like Christopher Lloyd from Back to the Future. Hey, Marty. Gene, if he's not out here bowling, he's watching the bowling. He's supporting bowling. Just one of those gentlemen that you'd love to see make an extra visit or two to the pay window. And he's got a chance for that this weekend, or over the next couple of days, actually, with this being Thursday and Friday. Once again, bad habit to get out of talking a regional, because they're normally 99.8% of regionals are on weekends. This is one of the rare birds on a Thursday and Friday. But, 2 extra PBA50 checks available thanks to all the sponsors here, and thanks to Bill and Yogi Wamas, our hosts, for the extra visit possibility of a pay window for some of our players today. So we're wrapping up this third game of A-Squad qualifying. We'll give you that PBA 50 National Tour rundown for what's remaining on their schedule during Game 4. Your player movement between Game 3 and Game 4. Skipping 2 pairs, landing on the 3rd. So the players you see here on 13 and 14 are going to move down to 3 and 4. Players you see on 15 and 16 will move down to 5 and 6. This is the 2026 PBA 50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by UE2, Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Thanks, everyone, for joining us for almost brunch bowling now on a Thursday morning. Hopefully some of you getting a chance to watch your favorite player as we make our way through on the main feed. Otherwise, all the pair feeds are available on the PBA YouTube channel. Once again, thanks to Jeff Goodger and Janae Haggerty for helping set up everything on PBA YouTube. Thanks to Chase Kaufman and Bowl TV/USBC for releasing the rights to this event to 10 on the Deck Productions. And we appreciate all you tuning in. I'm $2 Phil. Game 4 coming up next. All right, so Russell Hunt will max out at 183 for his third game. We'll get you over into game 4 action as they are underway on lanes 5 through 8. Glasgow, Fulner, Zarnik, Trusello, your bowlers on 5 and 6, A through double B respectively. Luzzy, your A, Allstat, your B, Conroy, your double A on 7 and 8 as we get underway. We'll get you the 3-game scoring update when it comes across the wire. You've got that link in your chat. We'll also talk about the remaining stops on the PBA50 Tour for 2026. And Brian Schmidt, yeah, we'll see you on B Squad 130. Don't hold up Mika Koivuniemen too much on your pair, all right, man? Brian Schmidt, Corey Rockdashell making their way down from Wisconsin. Once again, I get to be a homer in the booth. Same thing for Dan Patterson. We saw Patterson, unfortunately, miss a single pin in the 10th frame. It's going to set his chances of staying in the top 10 back a little bit. But with 5 games remaining, as we all know, it's bowling. Anything can happen.
Good. Ross, good. I always want to make sure. Keep going from Diane.
Thanks to everyone joining us worldwide here on the PBA YouTube channel. Here on A Squad. B Squad will hit the lanes 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Some of the notables you'll see on B Squad include Mika Koivuniemen, Mark Clark, Rudy Rebs, Ryan Schaefer, Larry Verbal, Michael Haggett, Brad Angelo, Sammy Ventura, Bo Gergen, Tom Hess. C Squad hits the lane 7 p.m. tonight. Eugene McCune, Randy Weiss, Tom Adcock, Chris Warren, Dan Higgins Jr., C.K. Moore, John Rakoski, John Marsala, Tony Johnson, John Burbich, Eddie Graham, and your reigning PBA50 World Champion Tom Doherty. All on C Squad tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Get you a 3-game scoring update as soon as it comes across the wire. I'll ask the chat. I'll ask the chat, the people viewing right now. Yeah, do you think it's EJ Tackett for Player of the Year? Now, obviously, it's the players' vote on that. It's also the player vote for Rookie of the Year. Everyone says the leading candidates are EJ Tackett and Brandon Bata. Do you agree or disagree? Do you think Alex Horton with a title and a half? Well, actually, not a title. I was going to say you count the majors for a little bit extra. I mean, Horton took down the Tournament of Champions, then came back, took down the Shark Championship at the World Series of Bowling, but he didn't have the consistency of a year that Brandon Bata did. But he does have a major title like Bata and also a Standard Tour title. I'm kind of leaning towards showing up on the big stage. No, Horton had a couple chances to do it, did it both times. If I had a vote, I don't know if they're still doing media votes with PBA. I used to do it for a while. You used to be able to get a vote like a player. If I had a vote, I'd throw my vote in for Alex Horton. I think the major title and the standard title, even though the overall performance, maybe not the overall points, you slap 2 titles behind your name in your rookie season, which is something that's rarely been done. I think that's Rookie of the Year worthy. That's just my opinion. Showing up when you have to matters, yep. Make sure Banta's 3rd in overall points. Where Horton is 18th, but one thing Horton had to do until he won that Tournament of Champions title, got through the PTQ after winning a regional shortly before the Tournament of Champions, got through the PTQ, got all the way to the show and won it. There were a few events where Horton didn't make the tournament field proper because he fell short in the PTQ. Meanwhile, Banta, because he won the opening event and had the exemption coming out of college, one of the 3 commissioner's choices for college exemptions. There was a little bit I guess you could say, less of a fight needed. A little more security already had. I mean, Horton came out first 4 events and got nothing on the pay window. And once he got through the PBA New York Classic, it was really not a lot of stopping him. You know, that's a battle that can be talked about for a while for Rookie of the Year between Horton and Bonta. I mean, Bonta did have a couple additional TV appearances, including in that Tournament of Champions event. So, I don't know, I'm just kind of the believer of the win or go home kind of mentality. So, Rookie of the Year, if I had to vote, I'd say Alex Horton. Some of you would probably disagree with me. So we're going to make a move here. We're going to get up to the pair with our current leader on it on lanes 13 and 14. Steve Kenyon, currently your leader at plus 126. John Conroy, second, plus 124. Kevin Grant, third, plus 94. Zarnik, fourth, plus 86. Fulner, fifth, plus 84. Diaz, plus 71. Tolson and Guccione at plus 57. Lupka, plus 55. And Allstott, plus 53. Round out your top 10. Score's kind of leveling off. Maybe my plus 56 number is going to come into play. Maybe it won't move up a bit. The only way to find out is let the 88 bowlers bowl their 8 games and figure out who the top 29 making tomorrow are. And, of course, tomorrow we'll crown that champion here for the 29th edition of this Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Open, presented by UE2, Chris Lindquist, Progressive, and Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Then the bowlers will make their way to the historic AMF Riviera Lanes for the PBA50 Akron Classic. That will have practice on Saturday, qualifying Sunday, Monday, and advancer match play rounds and the step ladder on Tuesday. Watch all that action and all the rest of the remaining PBA50 National Tour action on Bowl TV. And the players will make their way a little farther east to Bowl America Woodbridge in Woodbridge, Virginia for the PBA50 Bud Moore Players Championship. Tom Hess, your defending champion in that event. You'll see Hess on B Squad. Coming up at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. And with that being a major, you got yourself 3 days of qualifying before 24 games of round-robin match play. That'll run from July 18th through July 22nd, then the evening of July 22nd. They'll take everything down to Bud Moore Lanes. There's 2 wonderful lanes inside of Bill Moore's estate in Virginia. Bill Moore, one heck of a gentleman, one great supporter of bowling. And not a bad bowler himself, PBA 50 member. And the top 5 step ladder will take place on those lanes on Wednesday night, July 22nd, 7 p.m. Eastern. Stay around Virginia for the PBA 50 Norfolk Classic. After a few days off, they'll have some regional action. They'll be able to bowl there if they choose to. Practice on Monday, July 27th, qualifying the 28th and 29th. And your standard PBA 50 National Tour event format with advancers round, match play bracket, and your step ladder all taking place on Thursday, July 30th. And we wrap up the season once again in West Virginia, Suburban Lanes for the Johnny Petraglia, BVL, PBA50 Tournament of Champions, presented by Pleasant Day Schools. Practice on August 4th. Qualifying August 5th and 6th. Advancers round and match play August 7th and 8th. And your step ladder finals for the last event of the season on the PBA50 National Tour will be at 6 p.m. Eastern Time on Saturday, August 8th, as John Janowitz should be there to defend his championship. Hopefully that finger injury he's been dealing with is cleared up enough where he can be competitive in that event. I do see Janowitz on the roster for Akron this weekend, so good to see John back at pretty much full strength. JJ always a threat for a title every event that he bowls. And that one comes high for Harrington. This pair a little different than the middle 12 in the house, but not as much as in a hooking fashion that you see on 1 and 2. Most of the players, especially later in block 1 and 2, they usually say they're 3, 4, maybe even 5 boards left with the feet and a couple boards left with their initial target. Feed it to that same breakpoint area. They might do it on other pairs. And trouble there for Dohan Jr. Leaving the 4, 6, and 7. Well, some of the strings we saw early on in their first 3 games, not seeing much of now. Here in game 4, we'll get back down to 1 through 4. As Jeff Johnson's currently on a decent string. Started with the front 4 before a spare in the beverage frame, and now a strike in the 6th. Johnson's one of those players right now. On the outside at the top 10 looking in, Johnson at -4. But maybe the lanes are coming to him a bit. Maybe he's got the right piece of equipment in hand. As our leader, Steve Kenyon, will get back to him on 13 and 14. Kenyon have himself a solid game as well. So Johnson keeps the strikes flowing. Flanin', I'm making up new words now. Keeps the strikes flowing. Or flying. Take your pick. Make your new word. Add to the English language whenever you see fit. See how the winners, pennants, banners, whatever you'd like to say they are, above the lanes, 26 of them above the lanes here this weekend. $28 altogether if you count Mickey Hyam, who no longer bowls, or Etzel, unfortunately Etzel, memorial banner there, but 26 other banners. That's players that have won a regional title here in the Central Region, and there's other players in the field. That have won titles in other regions that may have won in the Central, so probably close to a third of the field here in Bowling Green altogether has some form of PBA title with their history, whether it be a PBA standard or PBA 50 regional title here in the Central Region. Of course, the PBA has 7 distinctive regions nationally: Central, Midwest, Southwest, East, Northwest, and Southwest. Also 3 international regions currently, and that's expanding with Japan, Sweden, and China. France being added as well. Your Central Region, a lot of events in Indiana, Ohio, West Virginia, Michigan. That's a majority of your Central Region. It's kind of funny with geography sometimes. Sometimes it's easier for players in Pennsylvania or Pennsylvania or Virginia, Maryland, to make a PBA Central Region event than maybe to drive to a PBA East Region event. A little closer geographically, so you do see quite a bit of different geographic locations for bowlers in a PBA Central Region event. Of course, you see a lot of it here because we're between 2 national tour stops. But it is a loaded field here in Bowling Green as we are reaching the halfway point of our A squad qualifying. So 4 games will be in the books. We'll get you a recap of that when you come back, or when I come back. Give you a little audio intermission here as Jeff Johnson looking to get himself back in contention. Possible 257 game this game. Get him right back up there near the top 10. 2026 PBA 50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by UE2, Chris Lindquist, Progressive, and Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Rolls on here from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio. I'm $2 for Bravo taking you through today and tomorrow till we crown our champion with the step ladder 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Your schedule start for the step ladder tomorrow. We'll have B squad today at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, C squad 7 p.m. Eastern, and our top 29 will come back for advancers round competition and knockout stages beginning at 10 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. All right, let's get you back down to 1 through 4 as they've already started game 5 on 3 and 4. The players just moved the pair to the right after game 4. So these players were just on 1 and 2 with Reagan, Beaverson, and Froberg. Coming on to 1 and 2, 15 and 16 will be Diaz, Harrington, Lupica, and Doyen Jr. Apologies for a bowler basically dropping a bowling ball on my microphone there. We'll let that bowler go unnamed unless they do it again, and then I'm going to publicly shame them. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. That time I saw him coming and got rid of that microphone for a second. So we'll get you the 4-game scoring update when it comes across the wire. Any questions about the event or about the PBA50 Tour in general, I might be able to answer for you. Throw it in the chat. Appreciate everybody tuning in on a work day. Check out some great PBA50 regional action. I mean, basically, it's a national stop with a number of PBA Hall of Famers and PBA National Tour title winners in the event. And not too bad of a paycheck for first place, $5,000 once we're done with the step layer tomorrow. That's just insult to injury right there for Gary Allstott. You make a bad toss, get half, leave a Greek church, and then make a great run at the spare attempt. And instead of bouncing the 6 off the 9 pin and maybe take out both the 4 and the 7, goes in front of the 9, nowhere near the 4 and 7. 7 out on a spare for the ever so rare 22 in the second for Allstott. Plenty of sunshine outside here in Bowling Green, Ohio today, but those temperatures are going to get up there. A high of 88 outside. Not as much humidity as they may have had last week in the area. But even with the synthetic approaches here inside of Almar Lanes, well maintained, I don't see any bowlers having issues with excessive sticking. I don't see any slide socks on any of the players here this morning. I know the staff here, many of them are here at 6 a.m. this morning getting this center in perfect shape for 8 a.m. competition, whether it was oiling the lanes, making sure these relatively new pins in the machines were all clean and in good shape. I even saw them wiping off the ball returns when I came in this morning. That's service right there, maintaining the approaches as well. Like I said, they want to make sure this is the best tournament experience possible for these PBA50 players. This Mike Albee lane pattern been out here for everything that's been bowled in this center, whether it's been open play, 9-pin tap, fun leagues, bad bowler leagues, a regular league. Last night's Baker shootout, 2 weeks straight with this pattern. No such thing as a house memory on this 39-foot Mike Albee pattern. Those of you joining us not familiar with me, I'm $2 Phil Brilo. A lot of you remember me back in the days from Extra Frame, started there in 2014. And when the transition came to Flow Bowling in 2018, made the move there, was there through the pandemic. And I've been doing a lot of independent PBA streaming over the last 5 years. Also do some televised bowling in the southeastern Wisconsin area, the Brew City Bowling Show. We run about 26 to 28 weeks a season. Starting our 4th season coming up in October. Looking forward to that. Also do some live streaming at amateur tournaments as well. And some of you may have even been tuning in this summer for Country Lanes in Franklin, Wisconsin for their Wednesday night summer sweeper series sponsored by American Place Casino. Been streaming that every Wednesday night. That's a lot of fun. All kinds of average ranges. We've had some PBA regional players in those sweepers. We've had some 100 average bowlers taking part as well, looking to get better. So those will be starting back up next week. So that's keeping me busy during the summer, along with a couple other events. And glad to be here in Bowling Green. Hope to be bringing you more PBA regional action in August. If you haven't already followed me on Facebook, just look for $2 Phil. Use the $ in front of the 2. $2 Phil, 10 on the Deck Productions. That's where we make our announcements when we will be streaming PBA regional events. And like I just mentioned, hope to have a couple more PBA regional events and a couple of big regional events coming up in August here from Ohio. You can check out the PBA regional schedule whether it's the Central Region if you're near here in Bowling Green, or anywhere across the country if you're watching us from off of either coastline. PBA.com. Across the top of the page. I'll show you here. After that toss, 210, not good. There you see our regional page. There you see Larry Verbal gets his first national title. He'll be coming in on B Squad this afternoon, but if you got your tabs across the top there, if you click on Tours and then scroll down to PBA Regional Tour, you too can see all the events coming up across the country for the PBA Regional Tour, including, here you see leading off right now, that current event, PBA50, Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic. So keep up with everything PBA related at PBA.com. As we mentioned, 4 events left on the PBA50 Tour season, starting in Akron on Saturday with practice, tournament competition Sunday, Monday, Tuesday at historic AMF Riviera Lanes. Watch all the PBA50 National Tour action on Bowl TV with your subscription. Glad to be bringing this to you for free. Thanks to Bill and Yogi Wamas and all their sponsors here at Almar Lanes for bringing us in, covering our expenses. And this is a 10 on the deck production in conjunction with the PBA. There you see all of our triple platinum, platinum, and gold sponsors for this wonderful event. 29th edition of this event. And we also want to thank the silver sponsors as well. We thanked the gold sponsors earlier. Or we thanked the silver sponsors earlier. Let's thank our bronze sponsors with Ace Mitchell, Bell Tire, Belleville Brothers Meat Market, Bob Stout Nationwide Insurance, Brandywine Golf Course, Deck Henneman Funeral Home, Frisch's Big Boy right next door, Great Lakes Garage Door, Habitat Security, Marsh and Rothenbuehler Attorneys, Staples Office Supply, Sunday Station, and the Walmart of Bowling Green. Thanks to all of our sponsors for helping to bring you this event on PBA YouTube and supply a quality prize fund to these PBA 50 players. Take a peek over on lanes 5 through 8 here in Game 5. Guccione, Backlund, Johnson. Your bowlers on 5 and 6. On 7 and 8. Glasgow, Fulner, Zarnik, Trusello. We'll get back up to our leader, Steve Kenyon, momentarily. As Kenyon setting the pace for the field, as the rest of the pace for our field falling back a bit. Kenyon games at 233, 236, 257, 225 for a plus 151. He's halfway to the Rib Award. Explain that more in a little bit after we run down our top 10 on the squad. Joe Fulner second, plus 98. Diaz third, plus 94. Zarnik fourth, plus 93. Gran fifth, plus 90. Conroy sixth, plus 89. Guccione seventh, plus 81. Allstott eighth, plus 77. Johnson of the Jeff variety jumps up in the ninth with a big game 4. We were watching most of that. 257 for the finish gets Johnson to plus 53, and Tolson plus 52 rounds out your top 10. So we've had the Omelet Award in Coldwater for years. We started that, I believe, in 2016, first time we were there with Extra Frame, when that event was part of the Extra Frame Summer Tour for a national tour title. And that house is notoriously the toughest little house in the central region. And if a bowler had 200 every game of their 8-game qualifying block, which was considered to be near impossible, they would win an omelet purchased by Rick and Linus Hardings for their breakfast on Sunday morning before they started advancers round. And Devin Bidwell was the only bowler that won it the first year. We went a couple years without a winner. Chris Prather in 2018 missed by one pin. He had a 199 in Game 5. I remember that because he was genuinely upset about not getting that omelet on Sunday morning. And so we've done that for years with the omelet award in Coldwater. I don't think we had anybody last year that won the omelet again. And so with this Albee pattern playing a little bit tough, Bill Wamas made the announcement during A-Squad the roll call this morning that if any player were to get all 8 games 200 or better during their qualifying block, tomorrow night, they will receive a free rib dinner for their efforts. And they are good ribs here at Elmar Lanes. I don't want to say I've seen Bobby Jekyll destroy a couple of racks, but when Bill first started, it was all you can eat ribs. That lasted for 1 year. now it's a rack of ribs for a special. But yeah, a great, once again, a little something for the bowlers to shoot for, have a little fun with maybe. But we do have the rib award here to match our omelet award from Coldwater. We've got the rib award here in Bowling Green. So out of our top 5, I think all 5 bowlers still eligible. Nope, Kevin Grant had 196 in Game 4. So out of our top 4, all those bowlers eligible. Mike Diaz snuck through with a 200 in Game 3. And I think those are the only 4 bowlers that would be rib dinner eligible through 4 games. Oh no, Gary Allstott, 202 opening game. He's currently in 8th. Allstott still with all games over 200. Yeah, so 5 bowlers remaining out of 29 on the squad that have rib award eligibility. I don't think Bill's going to be sweating off too many rib dinners this week. His Albee pattern plays a little tough pair-to-pair, and sometimes the bowlers hit the outside pairs. First couple of frames making adjustments, they might escape with a 180 or 190 game in some cases. Once again, you need all 8 games above 200 to take home that rib dinner tomorrow night. That can be a great champions dinner as well. If you get all 8 games over qualifying, over 200, and then have your rib dinner after you take home a $5,000 check. I don't think anybody would be complaining about that one bit. Hey, Jenny Wonders. Yep, absolutely glad to be here again. 4th year out of the last 5 we've been here at Elmar Lanes to stream this event. Bill and Yogi Wamas, they write the check. They bring me in. Last night we live streamed the Baker Shootout on the Elmar Facebook page. You want to check out some of the fun? Yeah, check out the Elmar Facebook page between A Squad and B Squad. And you can see the good time was had by 80-some bowlers with their PBA50 pros. But yeah, Bill and Yogi Wamas write the big check, bring us in. We always appreciate the proprietors that spend the money to bring 10 out of their productions in. I mean, it's not cheap to host a PBA regional event and to throw a little extra on top, but as you saw a little while ago, they have some great sponsors that help cover the cost, and we're glad to be here. And by we, I mean me. I am 10 on the Deck Productions. I'm your one-man production crew. I'm your producer, director. I'm even your camera operator. And we can take a peek here and We'll show you. There's your bowlers on 5 through 8. We got a couple remote control cameras we'll be bringing into play. So there you get another look at Joe Fulner as he goes to shoot at his 6-pin. Covers it up nicely, and there you see it added to his scoreboard. So yeah, glad to be bringing you this event. Hey, there's a world champion in the building right now. Just walked in with his equipment. Larry Verbal. All right, just got a chance to say hi to Larry, congratulate him. He's helping out a friend, so we'll try to get him here maybe a little bit later on the squad here once he gets freed up. But he's kind of checking out what's going on in the lanes, trying to help a couple of friends with some lane adjustments and stuff. Yeah, Brian, thanks for watching as well. Yeah, nice runs. Yeah, it's tough sometimes. If you still have a work gig or a business or that type of thing, sometimes it's hard to fit everything you want to bowl in the schedule. I'd love to cover more PBA regional events, but when I got stuff at home, sometimes it's a bit tough to get out to some of the regionals. I know back in 2024, unfortunately, I missed this event. Had the PBA50 National Championships that year, and when this was scheduled, they overlapped. So, unfortunately, couldn't make it that year. I mean, it's okay. Marsala won, so, I mean, he won here before, so it's not like anybody else is missing out on something new. Yeah, a couple of repeat winners in the field. John Marsala won 2019 and 2024. Brett Andrews won 3 times since 2020. 2020, 2022, 2025. He's your defending champion. A couple other multiple-time winners of this event include Harry Sullins, Tom Baker, and back in years 3 and 4 of this event, Tim Cobble took down the title in back-to-back years. The only player to win in back-to-back years. Baker won in 2011 and 2017. Sullins won in 2014 and 2018. Trying to peek around. Once again, you get some players moving pairs. They start out with the front couple, and then whether it's just an errant shot or this Albee pattern transitioning a little quicker than anticipated, the strings are ending a lot sooner. We saw some early 6, 7, 8 baggers during our first 2 or 3 games, but now definitely the scoring pace backing up a little bit. That cut number has been, for 10th on the squad, has been right around that plus 50 number for the last 2 games. And actually, we only have one bowl remaining in triple digits. We had a couple earlier on. But now Steve Kenyon. Let's get up to Kenyon on 15 and 16. Kenyon, an okay game this game. Nothing special. 3-bagger to start, but that open frame and the beverage frame brought him back to even. Still go out the sheet for 224. Yeah, I got to talk to Larry Verbal for a second. I go, your pulse rate was probably never higher in your life. He goes, oh, no, it was there. One other time, birth of my daughter. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. But congratulations to Larry Verbal. Great write-up by Jill Winters on the PBA homepage. Verbal took home $15,000 for that win. Hey, maybe you can pile another $5,000 on it by tomorrow afternoon. Verbal, one of those players, still has a good career with Deloria Bowling Supply and fits in events as he can in his schedule. He's got a gracious enough employer to let him get out here and there, and got him out there for the full run of the PBA 60 World Series of Bowling, and now he can walk back into work next week with a big old trophy set on his desk and make his bosses proud. So we're going to take a little earlier audio intermission this game. Your player movement between games 5 and 6, skipping 2 pairs, landing on the third. So the players you see here on 13 and 14, they're going to move down to 3 and 4. Steve Kenyon and company on 15 and 16 are going to move down to 5 and 6. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Appreciate everyone that's sneaking a little time away at their desk at work to watch us today. A little unusual to have some weekday regional action, but glad to be bringing it to you here on the PBA YouTube channel. I'm $2 Phil Brilo, and we'll be back with Game 6 from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green. Well, Joe Fulmer making a nice charge to the top spot. 269 in game 5. Puts him back into triple digits and also keeps him eligible for the Al Marlane's Rib Dinner Award. Any bowler that has all 8 qualifying games over 200 here on this Albee pattern, regardless of squad, will win an Al Marlane's Rib Dinner tomorrow night here in Bowling Green, Ohio. Let's get to your bowlers. It'll be on 13 through 16 this game. You see they're already underway on 15 and 16 with Luzzy your A, Allstat your B, Conroy your double A. Only 3 players on that pair. Moving in next door will be Glasgow, Fulner your leader, Zarnik and Trusello to 13 and 14. We'll get you a 5-game scoring update as soon as it comes across the wire. Of course, you have that link pinned to the top of your chat here on the PBA YouTube channel. Thanks, everybody, for taking a little break from your workday or your chores if you're retired, and watching a little PBA50 regional action here on the PBA YouTube channel. I'm $2 Phil Brilo. I'm 10 on the Deck Productions. Thanks again to PBA for letting 10 on the Deck stream this event to their YouTube channel. And thanks again to Bowl TV for relinquishing the rights to this event so that 10 on the Deck Productions can stream it to you on PBA YouTube. Don't forget, as we mentioned before, 4 PBA50 events remaining on the national tour season. You're able to watch all those events with your subscription of Bowl TV. And if you haven't yet subscribed and you want to try it, this would be a good 30-day trial for you to do it with. Monthly subscription option available. You get those last 4 PBA50 tour events. You'll also get at the end of the month the wonderful PBA PWBA Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles from Houston. We'll talk a little bit more about that a little later in the Game 7 today. All the different teams that have come together. Over 300 players in the field in total between PBA and PWBA professionals, along with some amateur teams as well. And not only with the PBA or PWBA title on the line, but also a large amount of money raised for Striking Against Breast Cancers, support of research into fighting that disease. Here you see Fulner testing out the approach. He'll be the man in the lead. We'll get you the official total when it comes across the wire momentarily. See, there's a question in the chat. Somebody asked about how do the balls curve? Blair, if you're still on and watching, I'll tell you what, there's some great advice from PBA Tour pros out there on the internet with all kinds of other videos to help you learn the game a little bit more. One of the first was Brad and Kyle. Obviously, you have Darren Tang, The House, all videos on YouTube that you can watch and learn a bit more about the sport from PBA Tour professionals. And there's some other great videos out there by the bowling ball manufacturers as well that can help you understand what they're looking for when they go into research and development on how a bowling ball is going to act on a lane and an oil pattern. So lots of stuff out there. Just do a search on YouTube, really, for the house or Brad and Kyle or Darren Tang. Once this block is done, and you can start going down an internet rabbit hole and learn more about how bowling balls work than you ever thought would be possible. So lots of great things out there that they target the average everyday bowler, and they, some of the stuff, if it's initially over your head, you watch a couple more videos, and I think you'll start to get the hang of things about everything that goes into not just how a bowler can curve a bowling ball, but how bowling ball companies work to develop and assist the bowling balls doing what they do out on the lanes. All right, let's get your Game 5 scoring update. Your leader on 13 and 14, Joe Fulner, at plus 167. Gets ahead of Steve Kenyon by 15 pins. Michael Zarnik up into third, 233 in Game 5. Gets Zarnik to plus 126. Kevin Gran in fourth at plus 111. Mike Diaz in fifth, plus 84. Take Diaz out of the running for the Almar Rib Award. David Tolson in sixth on the squad at plus 65. John Conroy, boy, Conroy started hot, 248, 257, 219. And has really slowed down, 165 and 171 for the last two for Conroy. To be at plus 60. Frank Cuccione in eighth on the squad at plus 53. Put Gary Alstad at that same number. And Jeff Johnson, 10th on the squad, 194 game in Game 5 for Johnson, has him at plus 47. Once again, your live scoring link available to you. Pinned to the top of your chat. And we only have 3 bowlers left now eligible for the Almar Lanes Rib Award, and it's our bowlers in the top 3 spots with Fulner, Kenyon, and Zarnik. And Kenyon barely hold on to the skin of his teeth, or the skin of his ribs, with a 201 in Game 5 on 15 and 16. So out of 29 bowlers, 5 games in, only 3 eligible for the rib dinner, thanks to Bill and Yogi Wamas and that great Friday night special here at Almar Lanes. So Fulner trying to keep things rolling here. Opening frame spare. Now looking to get his third strike in a row on the board. On lane 13. We'll check in on Kenyon momentarily too. Kenyon down at 5 and 6. As Kenyon's kind of said, yeah, I've had enough getting knocked back down to second place. So you see Kenyon's score on 5 and 6. He's your bowler double A, so double spare double for Kenyon is he'll be stepping up on lane 6 for his 6th frame. Kenyon's high game this morning, 257 in game 3. And we mentioned his low game, 201, still keeping him eligible for the Almar Rib Award in game 5. I like it. Dueling Food Awards now. We've got for the highest paying PBA50 regional in the country. We've got the Rib Award and the highest paying PBA regional in the country in Coldwater, Ohio. The Omelet Award, Dueling Food Awards. You got breakfast, you got dinner. All right. Doug Davidson in Minster. What are you doing for lunch awards? Another really big regional right before Coldwater, actually the weekend before, and they announced yesterday with the regional stops in Minster, Delphus, and Coldwater, Ohio, 3 straight regionals back to back to back. The Brunswick Cup has returned, and the top 4 bowlers in points for those 3 events will split a $10,000 prize fund. $4,000 for first, $3,000 for second, $2,000 for third, and $1,000 for fourth. So a nice little bonus for the players that will be there all week in Minster, Delphus, and Coldwater. Not to mention $4,000 first place prize at Minster, a $10,000 first place prize in Coldwater. So Kenyon looking to keep the string going here, looking to extend it out to 5. Fuller's going to be looking to get out to 5 as well. He's just a frame behind on the score sheet. A couple of bowlers that must want their ribs. We'll have to check in on Zarnik as well. Zarnik right here on 13 and 14. Use your bowler double A. Yeah, Zarnik rolling along as well. So Bill Wamas might have to slather up a couple extra rack of ribs before the Friday night special tomorrow. At the rate this is going. Kevin Grant having another solid game too, down on 3 and 4. Grant looks like he's gone spare, 6-bagger spare. So Grant looking to put a game in the 260s on the board as well. Seems like the guys that have found it have really found it, and the guys that haven't found it in the first 5 games haven't found it here in game 6. Ooh, almost big trouble there for Zarnik, but it leaves just the 2-pin. Warren, you just showed your age. That was barely a thing when I was a kid. With Kukla, Fran, and Ozzy. Or Ollie, pardon me. Kukla, Fran, and Ollie. But yeah, the Kukla, Fran, and Luzzy. That's a good one. It'd be hilarious if Luzzy did have a brother named Kukla. I don't think that's happening, though. Also sounds like a really bad law firm. Kukla, Fran, and Luzzy. Ooh. They handle cartoon law. They were the law firm in Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Zarnik can't get past a 3-bagger this game. Kenyon just left 10-pin in his 9th frame, so Kenyon looking to be in the 240s now. Or no, pardon me, 250s. His only other blemish, single pin spare in the 3rd. Fulner, that one comes up high, and that's the first blemish he's had in this scorecard in a couple of games. Almost guaranteed open here with the 410. Hope everyone's enjoying the coverage this morning. As we get near moving into the afternoon, we're done with breakfast bowling. It's now brunch bowling here in Bowling Green, Ohio. Your B squad hits the lanes 1:30 p.m. Your scheduled start time. Your scheduled start time for C squad 7 p.m. Eastern time. You see John Conroy having a big game. Just mentioned he had slowed down quite a bit after starting around plus 130, fell back to plus 60, and he'll be back into triple digits to the plus with a good count here. A second shot in the 10th frame on lane 16. Still remember Conroy, 2015, one of the first PBA50 events I covered with extra frame. Conroy making the stepladder finals near home in Farmingdale, New York on Long Island. John, a first responder for many years in New York City. And boy, his reward for making that stepladder final was getting to bowl one of the all-time greats, and Omelette Monticelli for his opening stepladder match. John handled it well. Composure needed to be a first responder. He didn't bowl bad. He just got beat. Omelette threw a better game, and I remember sometimes you watch bowlers the first time in a situation like that where they're just pacing and sweating and doing everything else, and John was, still to this day, really calm, cool, and collected, and he didn't let those bad games in games 4 and 5 shake him. Bouncing back nicely here in game 6. So if it's an 8-game block and we're just finishing game 6, that means we only have 2 games remaining here on A squad. Your player movement between game 6 and game 7 will be skip a pair, land on the second. So the players you see here in 15 and 16 will go 3 and 4. 13 and 14 will go to 1 and 2. And we'll see. If Fulner, Kenyon, and Zarnik could stay in the top 3 for 2 more games, and not only that, they got some ribs to win here at Almar Lanes. This is the 2026 PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by UE2 Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Thanks everyone for joining us here in Bowling Green, Ohio. John, thanks for checking in from Florida this morning. And thanks to everyone for tuning in here from Elmira Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio. PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Open presented by UE2, Chris Lindquist, and Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. $2 Phil Breiler. We're going to start here with one of the players in our top three, Steve Kenyon. Kenyon bowling with Tony Campagna Jr. He's your A. Gunther, your B. Kenyon, your double A. Rietzel, your double B. And we'll get back with our leader, Joel Fulmer. Fulmer will be down on 1 and 2 this game. So that pair has, it's not every bowler's favorite pair here. At Elmira Lanes, but the bowlers that know what to expect can overcome the little extra hook that pair seems to have with making proper adjustments. I don't see too many players making ball changes usually just by stepping on the lane down there. And Kenyon can't get the 10 to go once again. Back-to-back week 10s for Kenyon. Here's the man who was in third after 5 games. Michael Zarnik. Zarnik, Kenyon, and Fulner all in the running for the Elmira Lanes Rib Award if they have every game over 200 during their 8-game qualifying block, and that's open to any bowler on B&C squad as well. All 8 games over 200, you win a rib dinner tomorrow night here at Elmira Lanes. Very tasty ribs with a great slather on them. I am looking forward to having that after the step ladder is complete. 4 o'clock tomorrow, the step ladder for our top 4 players after 17 games of competition. We'll get underway. And with the lineup we have, I'm sure it will be a power-packed finals for that stepladder. I mean, last year, here we go with Dan Higgins, Bill Fabian, Michael Clark Jr., and Brad Angelo were your top 4. Angelo took home the title over Clark in the championship match. Third time that Angelo has won here since 2020. One would have to figure Angelo as one of the favorites. He'll be on B squad coming up 1:30 Eastern time. And he's won on 3 different patterns. They changed the pattern up. Every year, never the same pattern for the events. So keep the bowlers on their toes when they walk in the door here at Elmira Lanes. Last year's pattern was the Monticelli 40 foot pattern. So we're a foot shorter this year, but we're definitely down a little bit in bumper on the pattern shape. Last year to make the first round cut, it took a 211 average. I don't think it's going to be that high this year. I think it's going to be around that 207, 208 mark. Getting to the top 29. Of course, bowlers can prove me wrong. They've done it in the past. They'll do it in the future. So your A Squad 6-game update is active at the link on the top of the chat. Fulner at plus 208, Kenyon plus 188, and Zarnik plus 184, separating themselves from the field by a little bit. Kevin Gran plus 142, John Conroy, we saw his bounce back game. Big finish on 15 and 16 gets Conroy in the 5th place at plus 105. Diaz, Guccione, Lupica, Tolson, and Beaverson. Beaverson with a big game 6 to get the plus 45, 234 game. And with taking 29 to tomorrow, 10th after A Squad, 20th after B Squad is what these bowlers will be looking for when they walk in the door for B and C respectively to kind of get a guess of where this cut line may end up. So as I mentioned a little earlier, 4 PBA50 tour events remaining. And we wouldn't be able to live stream this today without the help from Bowl TV. They gave 10 of the Deck Productions the rights to stream the event. We also want to thank the PBA for letting us stream to the PBA YouTube channel. Great cover there by Conroy. So with the 4 events left on the PBA50 tour season to go with the PWBA Strike Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles, you can get a good bang for your buck if you just want to try out Bowl TV for a month. I mean, you look at some of these teams that are hitting the lanes in Houston and qualifying on July 31st and August 1st. Finals will be on August 2nd. I mean, just look at some of the Friday teams. Sydney Bone, one of the best collegiate players out there, member of Team USA. Bowling with Cam Crow, last regional 10 on the deck covered was in Lockport Memorial Day weekend. Cam Crow took down his first PBA regional title at that event. Lauren and Matt Russo bowling together. A little bit of a bowling power couple there. Jordan and Frank Snodgrass, another bowling power couple as well. Nora Johansson, the two-handed Swede, bowling with Alex Horton. That's going to be your team to be reckoned with. Liz Culkin, Richie Teese. They've bowled together for quite a few years now and always seem to find success inside of Copperfield Bowl in Houston. Sean Rash, Stephanie Zavala, Graham Fobb, Brianna Clemmer, Stu Williams, Josie Barnes. Linda Barnes bowling with her son Ryan. Good to see those two hitting the lanes. And that's just on the first squad on Friday. Annalise O'Brien, Spencer Robarge as well on that squad. Annalise still finishing up her collegiate career. Spencer, one of the rookies taking on the title on the PBA Tour this year. Aaron McCarthy, your PWBA Queens champion, against the bowling with Andrew Anderson on the second squad on Friday. Sarah Klassen, Eric Jones, another bowling power couple, Madison and Packy Hanrahan. Gianna Brandolito and Griffin Jordan. Talk about a couple of young collegiate players that are going to make their mark on the bowling world even more and more. Gianna just finishing up a great run in Singapore with Team USA. Liz Johnson, previous winner of that event with E.J. Tackett and a couple other players. Liz has won, I believe, 3 times. Bowling with Kyle Troop this year. Sin Lee Jane and Darren Tang. Kendra Cameron, A.J. Johnson. Zach Tackett, Kayla Crawford, Chris Vise, Shannon Pluhowski. Shannon had some great success in that event for years with a couple of partners. I mean, that's just Friday's teams that are bowling together in what's affectionately known as the Lucy. We'll talk a little bit more about the teams paired up for Saturday qualifying for that event. But, yeah, you'll be able to catch all rounds of the Lucy. You'll be able to catch everything on the last 4 PBA National Tour events on Bowl TV. If you subscribe there starting Saturday with the PBA Akron Open starting, PBA 50 Akron Open starting, you'll get those last 4 tour events, and you'll get that great Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles coverage along with some other amateur events on Bowl TV. Thanks once again to them for letting us stream this event from Bowling Green, Ohio. So our leader, Joe Fulner, pacing along quite nicely this game. 3-bagger spare strike. The man currently in third with Michael Zarnik, trying to come back off a beverage frame open. We'll check in again on Kenyon in just a moment. Kenyon up on 9 and 10 and not having a fun time right now as he's maximizing the number of balls he's thrown every frame. And I think he's gone to the paddock to get another ball. Let's get up to lanes 9 and 10. As you can see, Kenyon, he's your scoreboard double A, and he's got 6 spares and 6 attempts in 6 frames on 9 and 10. Kenyon currently second, plus 188. You don't want to miss out on some juicy, tasty ribs if you neglect to make a ball change quick enough. I mean, it also goes along with maximizing your qualifying score. Let's be honest, every pin counts. No pinfall dropped in this event until after the completion of our round of 8, as after 17 games, bowlers will be seeded into the stepladder finals by their 17-game pinfalls. So every pin counts all the way through. No match play in this event as well to try to get some bonus pins to assist your score. Bowlers, our top 29 scorers from all 3 squads today. Regardless of when bowled, come back at 10 a.m. tomorrow for the advancers round. Their 8-game totals will carry over. They get 4 games to go with and make a 12-game total. Top 16 of those 12-game totals move forward for 3 additional games. Then it's top 8 totals for 2 additional games for the stepladder. 4 p.m. Eastern time, your scheduled start time for tomorrow's stepladder finals. All right, let's see what Kenyon can do here. Making a ball change. 5 9 counts in 6 frames. Didn't give any of those single pin spares away. That's huge. That wasn't the ball he brought out. Okay, maybe he's second guessing himself, and now he probably is third guessing himself. As this is the toughest spare. Sad to this point. Well, actually, 4th frame, baby split. I mean, same thing. It just doesn't have a 6-pin. But Kenyon really having his work cut out for him here. Needs to get all the way back, does so, and just tickles him down. Let's get back down to 1 and 2 with our leader, Joe Fulner, and our number 3 bowler, Michael Zarnik. Fulner, your bowler B. He'll be stepping up in lane 1 shortly. Zarnik just stepped off lane 2 with a single pin spare conversion. Let's thank our sponsors once again, your triple platinum, and gold sponsors for this event. PBA regionals across the country wouldn't be able to put on the great shows they put on for fans in their local area without the support of the community. And the community really comes out for this event in Bowling Green. Numerous silver and bronze sponsors we mentioned earlier, but we want to make sure our triple platinum, and gold sponsors get their due here from Almar Lanes. Bill and Yogi Wamas, thank you. The staff here at Almar Lanes, thanks the sponsors. And we all here watching, thank the sponsors as well. Boy, Fulner has just been in fuego. This morning, can't get the 4 to fall. Low game on the day, 214 in game 4. High game followed it up in game 5, 269. 241 in game 6, helping Fulner stay in the lead over Kenyon and Zarnik. We will check in on Kenyon momentarily as Kenyon, 8 frames, 8 spares. Not what he's looking for. He can still get to 209 if he can strike out in the 9th and 10th. But he'll need to strike to the 9th frame to have any shot at keeping that Almar Lanes Friday night rib dinner opportunity available. Fulner with the spare. Let's get over to Kenyon stepping up on lane 10 wearing that stylish purple, gray, and black jersey, or pardon me, pink, gray, and black jersey. H5G, the official provider of PBA merchandise. If you haven't already ordered some of the great swag they have. Go to h5gbrands.com, click on the PBA tag, and they'll get you set up with some PBA merchandise. Hey, they all go after the ball change. There you see, grabbing the ball off the rack. That ball may end up in the Maumee River after this squad's done. Okay, probably not, but let's get back to 1 and 2. Zarnik wraps the 10. Zarnik currently sitting at plus 184. Low game of 207, game 4. High game of 258. Last game in game 6. Zarnik with the cover. Just needs a mark in the 10th to keep his rib dinner dreams alive. Fulner already with his 7th 200 game of the day. If Fulner can finish with all 8 games over 200, that Friday night rib dinner special here at Elmar Lanes will be complimentary thanks to Bill and Yogi Wamas. I've never seen a bowler turn down free food. I guarantee you, especially out here on the PBA Regional Tour. I said that right when Yogi Wamas was walking by. She's got a bucket full of oranges and bananas for the players to snack on. They provided some donuts this morning to go along with that. They're setting up lunch for the bowlers between A and B squad. It's just a first-class event here. Players treated like minor royalty here in Bowling Green, Ohio. Oh my. Terrible break there for Zarnik. And barring a miracle, there will be no sauce for his ribs tomorrow night. He'll have to buy it out of his own pocket. Unbelievable bad break. Can't believe it's going to be a 7-10 split getting in the way between a man and his meat. But that seems to be leaning that way for Zarnik. Barring the miracle. Now, Chris Barnes made the 7-10 on lane 1 last year when he was here. Barnes not on the roster this year. And, oh, he got a little tease. Saw it coming up the gutter, but now we're down to 2. And let's get back over to Steve Kenyon, because without a double here in the 10th frame, we're going to be down to 1 eligible player for the Elmar Rib Award. After that ball change, that one doesn't come all the way up. Oh, get the roll. Doesn't do it. Max now 189 for Kenyon. And that just leaves the man you're going to see stepping up to finish his game on lane 1. Joe Fulner with the chance for some free fine dining here at Elmar Lanes tomorrow night. Coming up in our final game of A Squad here at the PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic, presented by UE2 Chris Lindquist Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Thanks everybody for joining us. B Squad will hit the lanes 1:30 p.m. Eastern. C Squad scheduled for 7 p.m. Eastern this evening. Now we got a few players already that made their move one pair to the right. That being off of 13 and 14 to 15 and 16 with Reagan, Beaverson, and Froberg. They're wasting no time trying to get into the buffet and the CJ Sports Bar that's out there for the players after A squad's complete. All of them having some struggles today. Beaverson made a little bit of a run a while ago. He was at plus 45 after 6. We'll give you the 7-game scoring update once that comes across the wire when everyone's completed their games. And we'll give you a little preview of the bowlers you can expect to be hitting the lanes on B and C squad a little later today. Hey, we got some lane mates next door on 13 and 14 coming in with Diaz, Harrington, Lupica, and Dohan Jr. Diaz and Lupica having pretty decent days, both in the top 10 after 6. We'll get back with our leader down on 3 and 4. Joe Fulner. Zarnik hanging in 3rd. Fulner, the only one eligible for the Almar Lanes Rib Award. 7 200 games on the block. Big split in the 10th frame kept him down in the 220 range, however. He'll still be in the lead. As Steve Kenyon only had 1 strike in Game 7, but kept the score sheet clean, finished in the 180s. And Kenyon now starts his 8th and final game of qualifying with a strike. We'll get you down to our leaders momentarily. Diaz trying to get 2 out of the big 4. Does so successfully as they are just underway on 3 and 4. Zarnik with a strike. He's your bowler double A. Fulner, your leader, your bowler B on 3 and 4. So Fulner and Zarnik both looking for opening doubles here in the final game of their block. Some of the bowlers you're going to see coming up on B Squad. 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. We should be on time here. We're on pretty good pace. Even with a little tougher pattern. Yeah, we might be starting practice at 1:30. We might be on the air showing a lot of practice at 1:30. As there'll be a fresh application of this 39-foot Mike Albee pattern for all players on B Squad. Some of the notables you see will be Michael Haggett, Brad Angelo, your defending champion, Sammy Ventura, Bo Gergen, Tom Hess, your Hall of Famer, another Hall of Famer with Mika Koivuniemen, Mark Clark, 2025 PBA 50 World Champion, Ryan Schaefer, who should be in the PBA Hall of Fame. I will keep ranting on that until it happens with his great PBA Tour career. Rudy Rebs and your current PBA 60 reigning world champion after last night, Larry Verbal, all on the squad for B Squad. They'll be taking the lanes 1:30 Eastern time. Breaking news. I'm thinking Ricky Schluchter is going to be on B Squad. Looks like he's a late addition. Knew we'd have some players going back and forth because of PBA 60 World Championship match play wrapping up late yesterday afternoon. So some players waiting to see how they felt this morning before they had a chance to round out the field in this event. So somebody was asking earlier if we'd have any two-handers in the field. Well, we definitely will have one. Ricky Schluchter taking the lanes on B Squad. Ricky made a nice run, just fell short of the step ladder in the PBA 60 World Championship, but had himself one heck of a PBA 60 World Series of bowling. Let's check in here on Kenyon. Looking to get to the front three. Can't do it. 6 wraps around the 10. And here's your standings after 7 games of A Squad qualifying. Joe Fulner, your leader, plus 231, a 233 average on the day to this point. He's also the only player to have 200 every game for his first 7 games. Michael Zarnik up into second, plus 177, but just one pin behind is Steve Kenyon, plus 176. Kevin Gran making a nice move once again. Gran at plus 160 in fourth. John Conroy, the only other player in triple digits on the squad, at plus 127. Conroy making a nice bounce back. Boy, to have 165 and 171 games 4 and 5, and fight back with 245, 222 after having 730 for his first 3 games. That's a pretty good day for John Conroy. That's keeping the composure when needed. Mike Diaz, 6th on the squad, plus 84. Craig Auerbach making a late run. Auerbach, after games of 236, 237 games, 6 and 7, Auerbach finds himself at plus 78 in 7th. One pin behind that, Frank Guccione in 8th. Chuck Lupica plus 69 in 9th. Gary Allstott now up into 10th, plus 67. Allstott 232 in game 7 to get him to that number. So I was guessing around, I said around plus 56. So it looks like we might be squeaking a little bit higher. And if there's another player in the field that's been added along with Schisler, we'll take 30 to tomorrow. I'll check with Bobby Jekyll. He's in the middle of scorers and taking care of everything, getting ready for B squad. So we'll let you know at the beginning of B squad whether it's still going to be 29 players advancing or if we get to 90 in the field overall. We'll end up taking a 30th player to tomorrow's advancers round. Check back down with our leader. Down at 3 and 4. He's your bowler B on 3 and 4. Double spare strike for Fulner. There you see Zarnik stepping up, converting the single pin spare in the 4th. Trusello not having a good day to this point, but never say die. Fights back with the front 3 here. In game 8. So we just gave you the rundown on B squad. Once again, Schisler looks like he's going to be a late ad. He's here in a jersey, so I don't think he's showing up just to hang out in his name shirt. C squad, however, they're going to take the lanes 7 o'clock. Scheduled start time maybe a couple minutes after. Some of the notables you'll see will be your USBC Senior Masters champion, Chris Warren. Dan Higgins Jr., C.K. Moore, John Rakowski. 2-time winner here, John Marsala. Your reigning PBA50 world champion, Tom Doherty. John Verbich, Eddie Graham, former PBA50 Rookie of the Year. Tony Johnson, John Dudek, Eugene McCune, Randy Weiss, and Tom Adcock. Just some of the names you'll see tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, your scheduled start time for C Squad. So Fulner looking to get a 3-bagger on the board. Pretty consistent day for Fulner. Pardon me, as he gets a spare on the board. Fulner's low game 214 in game 4, followed it right back up with his high game of the day, 269 in game 5. 241, 223 coming into this 8th and final game. And once again, the only player in the field with the chance to have all 8 games over 200 for his qualifying block. As players will be chasing down that Almar Lanes complimentary rib dinner, if they can manage to tame the beast that is the Albee pattern. Have all 8 scorers for their qualifying efforts over 200. 200 or over, I should say. 200 does count. I mean, if you're going to put a 2 in front of the number, you got to count anything that has a 2 as the front number, right? Yeah. Fair is fair. There have been some diehards that have been here since we first fired up at the end of practice this morning. We appreciate you watching. As we get into the afternoon here in Bowling Green, and I know a lot of you will be back watching. B squad into the evening, and then from the evening into almost midnight. That's where C squad will be taking us a little later today. Also, if you're near Almar Lanes or you just happen to be watching it, you're tied up at work or have some other things going on at home, there is a silent auction going on for some bowling equipment. They have 4 bowling balls up for auction here from various manufacturers. And that money goes to support Special Olympics here in the Bowling Green area. So if you can make it down, place a bid, help raise some funds for Special Olympics. There's so many Special Olympians in the sport of bowling. I know they just got done with their national event in Minnesota last week, and they had thousands of Special Olympian bowlers there. It was great to see. Fulner goes high, 8-10. Pardon me, 4-7. Where was I looking at 8-10 at? My goodness. Hey, but there is a 5-7 conversion there by John Conroy. Conroy kind of needs that right now. Conroy is one of those guys kind of sitting at a good number, plus 127, 5th on the squad, but he's pacing 2-10 now after that 5-7 conversion. Fulner with the cover. Let's check in on Kenyon. Up on 11 and 12. Kenyon have a solid game. The only real blip in the radar was just the 1-strike 188 clean game in game 7. High game of the day, 257 for Kenyon. Game 3, a couple 236 games in there as well. But he kept his composure. It's easy to get rattled and frustrated when you start with 5 of the first 6 frames being 9 counts. But he didn't let any spares get away. And now he's making a push ahead. Every pin counts. No pinfall drops throughout the entire event. There you see Kenyon, that nice open stance to really help that ball get into his swing. He's got a little slight drop to the push away, a little muscle to help it get back. And all 10 go once again for Kenyon. So he's looking at trying to get 279 here. In his final game of qualifying. See if Fulner can get himself back to striking. Rare game where he's at 50% strikes for his tosses. There you go. That gets the 4-7 out of there. So 247 max, pacing 207 for Fulner. Zarnik's going to get passed for second, most likely by Kenyon, but it doesn't matter in qualifying. Only time it matters is once it gets to the final standings. What a spread they've put out here. Checking out what's out there for lunch for the players. Sandwiches and pizza and fruit and all kinds of goodies. They treat the bowlers well here in Bowling Green. Nathan, no Pete Weber on the roster. I think after the amount of games he had at the PBA50 World Series of Bowling, I think he's going to take this one off and just relax a little bit, get to Akron, and hit the practice session on Saturday there for the PBA50 Akron Open. Once again, that's coverage you can get on Bowl TV for the rest of the PBA50 National Tour events. This being a regional event, Bowl TV was kind enough to give 10 on the Deck Productions the rights to stream on PBA YouTube, and thanks to PBA as well for letting us stream on their YouTube channel. Kenyon just struck again, so he's looking at shooting possibly 279. Going to be tough to catch Fulner for the squad lead, but once again, nobody wants bragging rights on a squad. You can have them, nobody will pay attention to you. You can have the bragging rights. Yeah, Kenyon's 55 pins behind, so if he gets to 279, if Fulner got to 223 or better, he'd still be in the lead on the squad. Everybody, though, was just looking at the big picture. What's it going to take to get in the winner's circle tomorrow? And 4-pin won't trip. And boy, we're starting to see these bowling balls make quite a bit more of an aggressive move towards the 1-3 pocket for righties than we saw early on in this Albee pattern. I mean, might be going to a little bigger bowling ball, just play the boom. Where the pattern's been worn out. You get a little free hook, you may as well use it. So Fulner with the cover, keeping the score sheet clean. We'll get back down to Kenyon for his 9th frame momentarily. Taking a look at a couple other players. John Conroy making a nice finish. 236 for Conroy. Add that to his plus 127 total. And that's plus 163 for Conroy, so he's going to get some additional action tomorrow morning. 10 a.m. that start time here for Advancers round at Almar Lanes. For our top 29 for sure, possibly 30. Once all late entrants are fully verified and paid. Let's get over to Kenyon. Working on 5 in a row. How about a 6th, Steve? Oh, absolutely flush for Kenyon. Zarnik just can't get anything going this game, but he's keeping the score sheet clean. 206 max with a spare here. Railroad doesn't make it easy, though. It's got that sleeper 8-pin behind the 2. And the bowlers in B squad are piling in now. They want to make sure they have time to not have to forcefully stuff their pie holes, but get themselves a little food in their systems. Got to keep that energy and blood sugar up when you're rolling through 8 games of competition. Kevin Grant in 4th place. He finds trouble the final game, 155. But he'll still be in triple digits. That'll see action tomorrow. I can't see that many bowlers on B and C squad shooting triple digits. But yeah, not the way you want to get into the lunch break. Makes that pizza taste a little bitter. Let's get over to Kenyon first. First ball, 10th frame. All 10 go. Oh, in trouble again. For Fulner, comes high once again, 4-7. So Fulner just needs marks with good counts to assure that Bill Wymas will personally serve him a plate of Almar ribs tomorrow evening for dinner. Online on the 4-7 covers them up. So 215 now the max for Fulner, which means Kenyon can jump from third into the lead. If he can punch this one here in the 10th frame. Oh, and it doesn't happen. So 268. That will put Kenyon at plus 244. So Fulner strikes out for 215. Ho hum, your A squad leader by a pin. But still great efforts. Two players going 200 over here on A squad with Fulner and Kenyon. So we'll wrap up our coverage here on A squad from the PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by UE2 Chris Lindquist, Progressive and Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Up next, your B squad bowlers hit the lanes at 1:30 Eastern time. We may be catching them at the start of practice at that time. If so, we'll give you a little practice time with the players on the YouTube feeds. If it looks like it's running a little behind after the rail of the Albee pattern, we'll change the start times on the squad on YouTube and pass that along to you. Keep your notifications on if you are a YouTube subscriber to the PBA channel, as you'll get notified when we go live all Thursday and Friday long. I'm $2 Phil Brylo. Parents, take the kids bowling because you know they're going to have fun for life, and we'll see you back here at 1:30 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, so our rollers